Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, all are welcome. Just please give us time. So there is, Prabhu, there is a system. We like to, yeah, please come. Please slowly. No hurry. Program not started yet. No hurry, slowly. Everyone is welcome. Please, who have the passes, come in the line. Who have the already passes, come line. Who have not have passes, they can contact the office. If they have passes, you can get from the office. Please. The Prabhupada disciples, sannyasis, let them to come fast. Oh, Prabhu, please come. Most welcome. Most welcome. Most welcome. It is program. It's our program. It's nothing like that. We have to make ourselves wonderful. So it's our program. Please, slowly, slowly, everyone. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Please come. Please, please, please come. Ha, Prabhuji, okay. Ha, please. Slowly, 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 slowly. Mataji, Mataji. Mataji, ha, please. You divide here. You know, Mataji, take them, Mataji. Ha, take them, Mataji. Ha. Mataji this side, Mataji this side. Ha. Slowly, slowly. Prabhuji's Mataji are requested, humble request. Just, yes, please, please come, come in the queue. Everyone is welcome. Who have the passes, please hold the passes and slowly, slowly enter. Please come, please come. Program not started, nothing is missing. Just give it, there's not so much people, so many people are here, very little. Just give us little time. Please, slowly, slowly, this way also. Please come. Gauranga Prabhu, please come. Premanjan Prabhu, please come. Keep your shoes outside. Yes, ma. Come to the office. Okay, come. Come this side. Slowly, 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 slowly. Slowly, slowly. आइए, आइए. स्वागत आपका. Welcome, 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 welcome. Slowly. Slowly. Those don't have passes, please go to the office. If there is passes, you can get also from office. But who have passes, be in the line. No argument, no fighting. We are all good Vaishnavas, so we don't want to make it. Slowly, slowly. Slowly, slowly. Kartu Prabhu, Swagatam, welcome. Ha, yellow. Hare Krishna, keep your shoes outside and slowly, slowly come in. Hare Krishna. Yeah, slowly, slowly, slowly. Please come in. Please come in slowly. Haladhar.
Hare Krishna. Will
now have the invocation prayers. We request everybody to put your hands in Pranama Mudra. Meditate on Shri Shri Radha Madhava, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Prahlad Narasimhadev, and we'll chant the mantras. Harihi Om Sahanav Avatu Sahanav Bhunaktu Sahaviryan Garavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Sham No Mitra Sham Varunaha Sham No Bhavatvaryama Sham No Indra Brihaspatihi Sham No Vishnu Rukramaha. Namo Brahmane Namaste Vaya Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Ridam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanma Vavato Tadvaktaram Avato Avato Mam Avato Bhaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sham No Mitra Sham Varunaha Sham No Bhavatvaryama Sham No Indra Brihaspatihi Sham No Vishnu Rukramaha. Namo Brahmane Namaste Vaya Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadisham Ridama Vadisham Satyama Vadisham Tanma Vavid Tadvaktaram Avid Avid Mam Avid Bhaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Radha Madhava Sri Srimad Mahaprabhu ke, Shri Shri Panchatattva ke, Shri Prahlad Narasimhadev Bhagavan ke, Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur ke, Shri Prabhupada ke, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastrata Deshapadi Adanulambita Bujau Kanakavadato Sankirtanakya Pitaro Kamalaya Dakshu Vishwambaro Judabaro Yugadharma Palo Vande Jagapekaro Karunavataro Karunavataro Karunavataro. Hare Krishna. Can the Kirtan be a little bit slow, or you can stop for some time? Thank you. Thank you. First of all, on behalf of Chairman Ambarish Prabhu and the whole TOVP team, we would like to welcome, with grateful heart, we would like to welcome all the GBC members, the Bureau members, the leaders, the temple presidents, and all the devotees who have assembled here to commemorate and celebrate the opening of the largest Pujari floor in the world, just for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. The only reason we are here is to glorify Srila Prabhupada. And today is a very, very, very auspicious day, the 146th appearance day of His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. What a day. Appearance day of Srila Prabhupada. On this day, I want to make a quote from Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada says, life without love is useless and poor. Life without love is useless and poor. Appoint me in thy service. Appoint me in thy service, O Lord. Appoint me in thy service. Let it pay by love. This is very important. What he said is, let my service is the payment of love. And that love today is manifested. That love is today manifested by this temple. This temple, Jayapataka Swami Maharaj was saying that Srila Prabhupada in 1972, when there was nothing in Mayapur, it was just rice fields. There was nothing in Mayapur. And Srila Prabhupada was giving an offering to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada out of love. So much love. And in this offering, he said, every Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharya has done something for Mahaprabhu. Like Bhakti Vinod Thakur, he went to each and every home, collected 1 rupee and built Yogapith. That was his offering. And Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, in 14 years he has established 64 Gaudiya Math, of which the headquarters is Chaitanya Math. That was his offering to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And similarly, Srila Prabhupada said, I also wanted to build this temple and offer it to Mahaprabhu as my personal offering. He couldn't speak anymore. He folded his hands, and Jayapataka Maharaj was there, folded his hands, and he said, thank you, boys and girls, for helping me to build this temple. He couldn't speak anymore. Tears were in his eyes. This is the emotion and sentiment of our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada in offering this temple to his Gurudev and ultimately Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is his emotion and we all assembled here. All of you have sacrificed so much to build this temple, and we have assembled here to celebrate that moment, to give that glory to Srila Prabhupada. Yes, Prabhupada, we are here. We are here. That this temple We will do anything for you to open this temple in 2022, and this Pujari floor opening is the second phase of this temple, and we are offering it to you today for your pleasure. I wanted to invite the leaders. Now the program goes, as the program goes, the senior Vaishnavas would speak now. And the first speaker, I want to introduce him. And he would come and give his speech and inspire all of you about how this temple is so important, which would change, which would create revolution in the misdirected civilization. And our first speaker today, I would say that Mayapur is incomplete. Mayapur is incomplete, and Mayapur is incomplete without this personality, that is His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. I would request him to come on stage and inspire all of us on this day, the opening of the Pujari floor. Till he comes, I just want to give you some details. This Pujari floor is the largest Pujari floor in the world. The largest Pujari floor in the world. It is 1.5 acres, more than 100,000 square feet. It's a palace. When you go and see, it will be marvelous. So I request His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj to speak a few words to inspire all of you today.
Krishna Bhutale Srimate Vati Vedanta Swamine Tidamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Auravani Pujari Nirvisesha Sannavadi. Satya Satarane. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Raj Thakur. Lord Nityananda had told Swami that Adbhut Mandir Advait Prakash Gauranga Nitya Seva Advait Vikas. That a wonderful temple will be built which will broadcast the message of Lord Chaitanya all over the world. So we hope that this temple is not Adbhut Mandir, but we're trying to fulfill this desire of Lord Nityananda, of our previous acharyas, and most important of Srila Prabhupada. So this is a special service that we got to do. Someone asked Prabhupada why Lord Chaitanya or of the acharyas did spread the movement all over the world. And Prabhupada said, because they wanted to let me do it. So Prabhupada, he took this service to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And he wanted to develop Mayapur. Actually, there was nothing here when he came. And he called all his godbrothers and spiritual nephews and told them that we should all work together to satisfy His divine grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. But unfortunately, at that time, they didn't accept what Prabhupada, he tried to unite them, and we're still trying to unite. So today we're having a special program in the evening. We're inviting all the Gaudiya monks. What our Islam offering is especially this temple of the Vedic planetarium, TOVP. And as by this temple coming up, we can spread the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world, more emphatically. I thank all the devotees who are participating and helping to build this temple. The doctor said that I would like to see the opening of the temple. I'd like to see the temple finished. So Krishna has blessed me. I'm still here. I hope that I'll live to see the temple open. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Many devotees, when the Pujari floor construction was happening, they came to us in the TOVP office and they said, Prabhu, what is this Pujari floor opening means? What is this? We have never heard a Pujari floor is being opened. What is this Pujari floor? Many of you might have the doubt still. What is this Pujari floor opening means? If you see in all the temples, various ISKCON temples and all the other temples all over the world, the Pujari space is either one room or two rooms or three rooms. But here, the Pujari floor has more than 69 rooms. The largest facility for the Prince of Navadip, a palace. I said that is the reason we wanted to open the Pujari floor, and that would bring happiness to Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada would proudly say, see how big is our Pujari floor in Mayapur. The largest Pujari floor facility we have in Mayapur. No other temple has this kind of facility. Just to please Srila Prabhupada, this Pujari floor. Everything is about Pujaris, Pujaris, and Pujaris. Our next speaker for today is our chairman, Ambarish Prabhu, who has dedicated everything, whatever he has, energy, money, everything, in building this temple. Lately, he has sleepless nights about 2022. He was so anxious that it has to be opened in 2022, and we wanted to make a statement. That statement is that Hare Krishna movement is here to stay for the next 10,000 years, and that would, this temple, from this temple, as Nityananda Prabhu said, from this temple the service of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would spread in every town and village. 2022 is very significant for the TOVP team, the chairman, the chairman's wife, Swaha Mataji, and the rest of the world. They're all waiting for this day when they can come to Mayapur and participate and celebrate in the grand event. So I now call upon Ambarish Prabhu to speak a few words about how this temple has created a significant impact in his life and in the life of all the devotees all around the world.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishabastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tamane Namaste Saraswati Bhagavan Vijayani Nirvisesa Sanibadi Pashtitata Sadani Jai Srila Prabhupada Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Ki Jai. Thank you all for coming. I came here yesterday with all the chairs are all empty, and I said to Brother Vilas, you'll never fill this up. It's all filled up, inside and outside, so it's amazing. Thank you all for coming. It's a very auspicious and happy occasion. 1976, Srila Prabhupada planted the seed for this temple in my heart. He said, was describing the Temple of Vedic Planetarium, and he said, what do you think of this idea? Ambarish Maharaj, he used to call me. And I said, oh, it sounds very nice, Srila Prabhupada, although I didn't even know where Mayapur was. I'd never been there, I knew nothing. But he said, oh, okay, you like this idea too, so you can help finance. So he planted the seed in my heart, and I carried it in my heart for decades, you know, watching the project go through different cycles and different leadership and ideas. But we finally, in 2005 or 6, I had a dream. Prabhupada told me that he wanted the temple here in Mayapur, not in Jagannath Puri, because we were discussing different options because the communist government had come down so heavy on us. But Prabhupada said he wanted the temple here in Mayapur, and Bhavananda Prabhu and myself and Sadbhuj Prabhu, he's over there somewhere, you know. I said to Sadbhuj, do you think you can do this after we design this dome, this huge dome, 350 feet tall? I said, do you think you can do this? And he said, yes, I can. So he took over, and he, with the help of Gammon, they put up the superstructure, and the rest is history. But Broja Vilas and I have been traveling all over the world. I also want to interject here that all this beauty that you see on this side of the building is coming from the brain of Bhavananda Prabhu. There he is. So we found a good use for it, you know. But anyway, Broja Vilas and I have been traveling around the world with my wife, collecting funds, and you know, we've been in so many different places and so many different continents, and the devotees are so enthusiastic to be part of this this temple and to donate for it. We have small donors, we have big donors, and so we have Srinachi's family. Where are they? Oh, here. His widow and his daughter-in-law and his son is somewhere. They've been Keshava. Yeah, there he is. Okay. So they've been very, very serious supporters and helped us so much. And we have people. I had a boy in Alachua. I think his name is Pujari. He came up and he gave me $20. He said, "Prabhu, I want to help. This is all I can do." And I said, "Thank you very much. I'll make sure that this gets to the project." So we have $1 million donors. We have $25, $10 donors. There's a place for everything. This temple is built by the hands of all devotees. Just like the Sankirtan movement, it's for everybody. So we're very happy to be here and to welcome this first phase. And as Jai Pataka was saying, those people who are listening on Mayapur TV or are here who have made pledges, please, we humbly ask you to fulfill those pledges as soon as possible so we can get this temple open in 2022 and move the deities in there. And as Broja Vilas was saying, people ask, why do you need a Pujari floor opening? Why are you doing this ahead of time? And I said, well, when wealthy, important people travel to their summer home, they always make sure that everything is clean and set up and all their clothes are there. And this is what we're doing. We're getting everything ready for Radha Madhava to move into their new home. So the Pujaris will be there, the kitchens will be there. It will be very exciting. And they're very anxious, I mean, I'm assuming, to move, you know. I don't think that the old temple is wonderful. It served the devotees very well for many, many years. But it's time for a move. It's time for an upgrade. So if you can, please support us and at least give us a Hari Bol, you know, and we're moving on ahead. So thank you all very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hari Bol.
Hello.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada's statement, he says, if Bhakti Vedanta Swami was to sit under a tree, who will come? Who will come? Who will come? And this temple proves that. And Prabhupada says, my idea is to attract the people of the whole world to Mayapur. If Mayapur was only a tree, nobody would come here. And today we have devotees from all over the world, from different countries participating in this Gaura Purnima festival from January till March. Thousands of devotees come here. And after this temple is opened, millions of devotees would come. And our second speaker, who's making that happen, supporting her husband, is Swaha Mataji, kicking the spirit going. Swaha Mataji will speak a few words, inspiring all of you how you can all participate in this temple.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I would like to begin by extending a very warm welcome to His Holiness Jai Pataka Swami Maharaj, whose presence here has delighted everyone. We also appreciate that, is Bhakti Charu Swami here? Okay, we also appreciate His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami for traveling from Australia to bless us here today. Special heartwarming welcome to His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, His Holiness Lokanath Goswami Maharaj, and His Holiness Bhakti Purushottam Swami Maharaj, and last but not least, His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj, and names too, it'll take too long, so I just offer my obeisances at the lotus feet of everyone here today, and I just can't contain my joy. It's such a happy occasion, and it hasn't happened by chance. The fact that we are celebrating this wonderful opening of the Pujari floor on Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj's most auspicious tithi of appearance, we've assembled together to express our gratitude at the lotus feet of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada to mark a history-making occasion in the life of this planet. In 2018, we gathered together for the installation of the Lord's chakras. Here we are today, blessed by the Lord's Sudarshan chakras protection and illumination to celebrate another momentous milestone in the journey to manifesting the TOVP, the crown jewel of ISKCON, in 2022. Today, in 2020, we are celebrating the opening of the biggest Pujari space ever imagined in the service of their lordships, Shri Shri Radha Madhava and the Ashta Sakhis, Shri Shri Pancha Tattva, Lord Narsimhadev, and our Guru Parampara. One personality who has blessed us through the triumphs and challenges of this sacred endeavor is our beloved Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda Prabhu Jai. He expands as the Dham as well as the Lord's paraphernalia and assists in all His pastimes. So this auspicious inauguration of the Pujari floor is all due to His mercy. Lord Nityananda made the bold prediction, Ak Adbhut Mandir hoibe Prakash, Gorangera Nitya Seva hoibe Bikash. Then he traveled the world in the form of his padukas to rally the troops for building the TOVP for our Senapati Acharya, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada. The level of worship that we wish to offer their lordships in their new palace necessitates the building of such a space. I was in awe of the great deal of attention to detail in designing such a space and the sheer magnificence of it. The spiritual world is always expanding, and so is the service of our Lords. This expensive Pujari area facilitates and brings unlimited joy to all the Lord's servitors headed by His Grace Jananivas and Pankajangri Prabhus. We pray that in this endeavor, as in all endeavors, we may please the devotees and Srila Prabhupada. I would like to share with you briefly about a sweet pastime from Nityananda Charitamrita by Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur. One year, Lord Nityananda brought 40 kilos of very fine white rice from Bengal and a beautiful colored cloth for Gadadhar to offer Lord Gopinath. Gadadhar Pandit was in bliss to observe the quality of the rice and to see Gopinath wearing the divine colored cloth. He plucked some spinach from the compound of the Tota Gopinath Mandir, as well as the tender leaves of the tamarind to make a paste, and cooked a sour preparation. When Gadadhar Pandit cooked that rice, the fragrance reached the nostrils of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He came running to them, asking what festival were they celebrating without him. The three lords then sat down to honor the simple prasad in the ecstasy of love, and Mahaprabhu glorified Sri Gadadhar's culinary talents. Srila Prabhupada is Lord Nityananda's most intimate representative, and so he knows offering the TOVP to glorify Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the most pleasing service to them. As ISKCON makes this collective offering at the lotus feet of our Master, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, we beg for the continued blessings of all our senior Vaishnavas and cooperation of every devotee to get to the final grand opening of the TOVP in 2022. Today, we are a giant step closer, but still a long way to go in the 2 short years remaining. Let us all pledge to work together with renewed enthusiasm and selfless service attitude to fulfill the most cherished desire of Srila Prabhupada to offer the TOVP at the lotus feet of his Guru Maharaj and our Parampara. He expressed this sentiment, as we heard from Jayapataka Swami, in 1972 with folded hands and tears in his eyes as he paid homage to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj on his Vyasa Puja Day, and thanked all the boys and girls for helping him. He left it for us to manifest his dream, for which we are eternally grateful. As a humble representative of the TOVP team, I beg to offer our collective, unfailing gratitude to the GBC, to all the leaders and senior Vaishnavas, and most of all, to each and every devotee without whom we would not be here. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, TOVP ki jai, Vaishnav Vrinda ki jai.
Thank you, Soha Mataji. Srila Prabhupada said, I have named this temple Sri Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir, the rising moon of Mayapur. Now make it rise bigger, bigger and bigger until it becomes a full moon. Full moon. Right now the moon is rising. From the utility floor, the moon is rising to the Pujari floor in 20. The moon would rise in 22 to the temple floor. It's a progression. Moon is rising. our next speaker, Srila Prabhupada said to him that you have a desire to build the temple and you are going to India. This is in 1969. Please establish a center in Mayapur. That is, he gave this instruction to none other than His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. We welcome Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He is the chairman of the Indian Bureau and a GBC member, to speak a few words. And he is also in the MAB, Executive Board of Mayapur. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj has helped us in Delhi so that this temple can be built in all his 3 Vyasa Pujas. He invited the TOVP and made the whole program a TOVP event. So we are very, very grateful to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. I was telling Amresh that I feel totally unqualified to speak to this audience. So we all know how dear this project was to Srila Prabhupada. Once Giriraj Swami asked Prabhupada a question. He said, Srila Prabhupada, what will please you the most? And then he replied himself, I think if we distribute your books and if we build the Vedic planetarium, you'll be pleased. And Prabhupada said, yes, you understood my heart. So there are so many instructions that Prabhupada has given us on this. I was reading the letters that Prabhupada wrote to disciples in Mayapur. This project was indeed very dear to Prabhupada, only because this was also desired by Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda desired that an astounding temple be built. So, with the help of Amresh and his wife and other devotees, and hard work that Braj Vilas, Sadbhuj and others have done, we have come this far. I was reading a letter where Prabhupada said, we should make the temple like Taj Mahal. So you may say, what is the comparison to Taj Mahal? Prabhupada said, Taj Mahal is the most popular Indian location where people come from the whole world. So he said, our temple, Vedic planetarium, should be like the Taj Mahal, so people come from the whole world to have darshan over here. So this is not going to be an ordinary temple. It's going to be the most beautiful and most attractive temple ever built in history, hopefully. And what you're experiencing today, what you're going to see today, is just the beginning phase, phase 1, or phase 2 as some call it, of the opening of the Pujari rooms. The Pujari rooms, as I understand, are very big. There are over 60 Pujari rooms. So you can imagine how beautiful the temple is going to look when the temple is built and inaugurated in 2022. So we all have a responsibility. Prabhupada said, this temple should be built with support from the whole world. So many devotees around the world have made solid commitments, and many devotees have fulfilled those commitments, and some have not. So our request is, those who have committed should please endeavor to catch up, and those who have committed can see if they can help further, because to build any place, you need the Lakshmi also. Prabhupada said, Krishna doesn't need anybody's help. Krishna can build hundreds of temples on his own, but he's giving us the opportunity to engage in service and get purified. So we should try our best to do whatever we can to help complete this project by 2022. And I'm sure that if we all sincerely endeavor and go house to house, then we will be able to move the deities and complete the whole project by 2022. So we hope that everyone's going to work together. We're still going to try our best. And one of the purposes of this program today was also to make our donors aware that we've made some progress. And let's hope that we work together and get the temple open by 2022. This project will enhance Prabhupada's reputation, and this project, as Prabhupada desired, will attract people from the whole world. So let us work together and to make it possible and complete the whole project by 2022. Srila Prabhupada ki. And I want to thank Amrish and his wife, Braj Vilas, Sadhuji, the whole team for having worked hard for so many years to fulfill Prabhupada's dream. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Maharaj was saying that what pleases the most, Srila Prabhupada said, book distribution and building this temple of Vedic planetarium. Thank you, Maharaj, for bringing that. Now our next speaker, he came to see the temple when the Pujari floor was work in progress. And he came to the kitchen. He saw the kitchen and he said, no, I'm not satisfied with your kitchen. The kitchen has to change. Radharani is personally cooking for Krishna. We have to have a kitchen. We should be shining. It should be more beautiful. So we changed the kitchen. We changed. I was telling Maharaj, we only have 2 months. It's so difficult to change at this point of time. It's very difficult to change. He said, how much it will cost? I said, okay, Maharaj, I'll calculate and tell you. So I told him, Maharaj, please don't worry about the money, how much it will cost, but we need to pay some bills. If you can send us $100,000, that would be very helpful in keeping our bills paid. And we would do the kitchen for you. We will change the kitchen. He immediately told his disciples to send $100,000 to pay our bills. And still he has not visited the kitchen to see the changes he has suggested. And I would like to call now His Holiness Shivaram Maharaj, who had given a greatest input how Radharani kitchen should be. So we call upon His Holiness Shivaram Maharaj, who put us in the right direction, how things should be beautiful in the service of Krishna. When you clap, please clap a little bit louder.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Name Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prasachade Shitarine Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Ki Jai. Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, Hare Krishna. I won't take up too much of your time, but I never fail to be impressed whenever I come in view, because I'm always coming from that direction and this direction. And when TOVP comes in view, it's, sometimes you get used to things after a while, even extraordinary things. But you just never get used to how this building looks, how beautiful and it is. Since I was last here, earlier on in the fall. And as you all know, the political situation in this state, which meant that Srila Prabhupada couldn't just establish a temple, although we all been saying temple this morning, but it was a temple planetarium. And the planetarium was being emphasized because that type of humanitarian work, cultural work would be more easily acceptable. But it's quite instructive that before the planetarium, and I don't know what's going on with the planetarium and how that's shaping up. I hope it's going to also be there. I don't know, is 2022 also a date for that, or is that later on? Jai Pata Kamaraj, just come see, come saw. So it'll be a little later on. But still, the first thing that we're installing, the first thing that we're observing here is actually what we're calling it, the Pujari floor. I don't know, I usually call it the deity department, not the Pujari department, but the Pujaris are as good as the deities. And it is an extraordinarily impressive. No doubt this is what Srila Prabhupada would repeatedly say, and we have the biggest Pujari deity department in the world. It is 1.5 acres. Now 1.5 acres is a lot of land, what to speak of a lot of property. And that's just one floor. But it's also something that Sridham Mayapur, Sri Panchatattva and Radha Madhav are emphasizing, that the importance of deity worship. I haven't seen our deity worship minister here yet, but he's someone who's always struggling, emphasizing to maintain the standard of deity worship that Srila Prabhupada established, which was also Adbhuta. Those devotees who were here during Srila Prabhupada's presence, they know how Srila Prabhupada's standard, the way that Srila Prabhupada wanted his deities worshipped, from Radhalandanishwara on, they were of a different standard than deities that you see in most temples. I don't say everyone, because Srila Prabhupada also gave us certain standards, like for instance Radharamanji temple. But for the most part, thank you, that was handy. But for the most part, it was an extraordinary achievement of Srila Prabhupada, one of his many, that we established deity worship on a level that probably hadn't been seen for a long, long time. And continue it like that. In my limited experience with traveling in ISKCON temples, I'm not one of those traveling sannyasis who goes everywhere, but I go somewhere. It's a struggle. Deity worship is not an easy thing to do unless you've done it, and unfortunately too many leaders don't do it. Unless you've done it, you don't know actually what it takes. my hat is already off, but my hat's off to Jananivas Prabhu, Panchajangri, and all the devotees here who are really doing such a wonderful thing, and now they got phenomenal facility. And hopefully that same facility will inspire us and the rest of the world to also follow. Temple planetarium is meant to be spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world, to be actually setting a new standard, to making a whole new wave of Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada. Second of the 5 floors. 2. In relationship to? Okay, anyway, I said it, whatever. 2 of the 5 floors. Closing, I want to thank everybody, especially 2 of the 5 floors are done. Of planetarium already. Okay, you're speaking in sutras. Thank you. So 2 of the 5 floors of the planetarium are ready, and the chandelier, come see, come saw. It will be ready. Okay, everything's going to be ready. Hare Krishna. But it wouldn't be ready without, well, I'm going to just, without the first person or the primary person who's not a guru, who's not a sannyasi, and thank God he's not a GBC, and that's Ambarish Prabhu, and his good wife, and Brajavilas Prabhu. And I pray that they never get in that situation either. And they were able to do and inspire the rest of the movement. I saw Ambarish Prabhu inspire the GBC to, this is what Srila Prabhupada wanted. You have to do what Srila Prabhupada wanted us to do. And this is an extraordinary project. We do a lot of things. ISKCON is very famous for doing extraordinary things all over the world. And it may be even more famous for telling everybody about all the things that it does or supposedly does. But this is very extraordinary in that we distribute books in a certain yatra, we have festivals, we make devotees. This is one project that everyone all over the world contributes to and does together. And it is a testament to the fact that this is an international society for Krishna consciousness, because extraordinarily we can agree on one thing. And we're agreeing to construct this temple, build this temple. Hare Krishna. Thank you to everyone who's given. And once again, if you've given, please give more. And no doubt, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada will give us the ability to do that. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. What His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj was saying was that, Hare Krishna, yeah. He was saying when during this temple will be opened in 2022, and this temple is the temple of the Vedic planetarium. Now, if you open the temple without the planetarium, the temple of the Vedic planetarium doesn't mean anything. So he wanted to open, or he wanted to see at least 2 floors of the planetarium opened along with the temple in 2022. And our chairman Ambarish Prabhu said, yes, definitely we will do it. 2022, the temple and 2 floors. One is the base level And the other one is the planetarium theater. The floor, what do you call, Harishwari Prabhu, what is that? There are 4 floors. So the first floor will be opened, and as well as the theater. The Dome Theater will be open in 2022. That is what he was trying to tell. And on this day, we make that commitment that when this temple is opened, it will be opened with the 2 floors of the museum in 2022. Our next speaker, in 2010, we started the fundraising campaign. In that campaign, it was very, very new. So we went to Mumbai, and Maharaj organized a huge program in Mumbai. And Ambrish Prabhu met with Srinathji Prabhu, whose family is here. And Srinathji Prabhu, after Ambrish Prabhu, was the biggest donor of this project. And he was inspired by His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Initially, in the beginning, when that money was to be used in the Chowpatty temple, he said, no, let's give that money to the Mayapur temple. Not only that, he inspired Srinathji Prabhu's son, Keshav Prabhu, who is here. He also followed his father and gave another $1 million so that this temple can be completed and opened in 2022. Not only that, all the other family members, they chipped in. So from their family, it's a huge contribution. After Ambrish Prabhu, it's a huge contribution to see this temple opened in 2022. So now we call upon His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj to speak a few words, how important this temple is and how everybody should come forward and contribute and keep their pledges so that we can open it on time. Thank you, Maharaj.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharni Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschate Shatarane Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Srila Prabhupada would often quote from the Srimad Bhagavatam that if you offer water to the root of a tree, then every part of the tree will be nourished. And Krishna is the root of all spiritual and material worlds. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mat sarvam pravartate iti mat papajante mam buddha bhavasamanvita. Our great acharyas, Sripad Ramanujacharya, Sripad Madhvacharya, Sri Rups, Sri Sanatan Goswamis. They all taught us how to put Krishna in the center of our communities and our lives through establishing deities and temples. Srila Prabhupada personally established temples all over the world. And the deities in those temples were meant to be the very center, the heart of the particular community. And our joint service to the deities would empower us in every way. Sri Mayapur Dham being our international headquarters, Sri Sri Radha Madhava is the center of our entire ISKCON movement. Jananivas Pankajangari Prabhus, they have been here serving Sri Sri Radha Madhava, from the time there was just a little straw hut. And through all the changes, all the challenges, oftentimes tragedies, catastrophes that took place here in Mayapur, they just went on with their service. And many of us believe that that's part of the reason why Mayapur, throughout whatever may have happened, keeps flourishing more and more. Because they are here watering the root of the tree of our movement. Recently I was in New Dwarka with Swavas Prabhu and Tit Mataji, and I was shown the incredible Pujari room that they had just completed last year. The nicest Pujari room I've ever seen in my life. And I was just so happy that the Pujari room is Krishna's personal room. To give such attention to that is such a personal offering of recognition to Krishna's mercy upon us in every way. As it has been said by His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj, the kitchen, Srila Prabhupada said, is Srimati Radharani's favorite place. This Pujari room, which is being opened today, includes the kitchen. It's the place where Sri Sri Radha Madhav, Sri Panchatattva, Sri Narasimha Dev, the Astasakis, all of their personal belongings and their very personal services will be present. I heard in 1977 when Srila Prabhupada was in his last weeks in his earthly Leela. He was laying in his bed at Krishna Balaram temple. Devotees were having very soft kirtan. It was the middle of the night, around midnight. And Prabhupada whispered to Brahmananda Prabhu, "Bring the Pujari." Now in those days, because people were coming from all over the world, he didn't know where the Pujari was. And the Pujari happened to be just sleeping on a veranda somewhere. He looked everywhere. Everyone sleeping, middle of the night. Finally, he found the Pujari. He woke him up and he said, "Prabhupada wants you to come." And the Pujari didn't know what was happening. But he just, got up from the floor. He was half asleep. He somehow or other ran to where Prabhupada was laying in his bed. And he he put his ear right next to Srila Prabhupada's mouth so he could hear. And Prabhupada said, the Pujari is the most fortunate because he is always so close to Krishna. And that's all. He said, now you could go. But what a message that is. In 2022, we were planning the opening of the temple for Sri Sri Radha Madhava, Panchatattva Narasingha Dev. It's not only the 100th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada receiving that sacred seed of instruction from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada to take this mission throughout the world. That seed is the very root of our entire ISKCON movement. But 2022 was also the 50th anniversary of when Jananivas Prabhu and Pankajangari Prabhus began their puja for Sri Sri Radha Madhava. So let us all together, with one heart, let us complete this temple for Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maharaj. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu is saying that, Prabhu, we have to light the fire. So, I said what I have to say. Our next speaker is our Kirtan Samrat of ISKCON. Everybody knows him. He helped us in the whole Maharashtra. He was behind every temple leaders that you have to donate to the TOVP so that it can be opened in 2022. So we invite His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj to speak a few words. Keeping in mind, we have to light the fire.
I'm fired up. So you may not extinguish my fire that quickly. Let's see. One day, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityanando Sahodito Gaudo Dei Pushpavanto Chitro Shamdo Tamo Nado. The two great personalities of Godhead are standing tall before all of us. We're celebrating Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's appearance day celebrations. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gave instructions to Srila Prabhu. You! Who is that one? He seemed to be intelligent, and he should propagate Krishna consciousness, Bhagavad Dharma, or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's cult. In the Western world, in English language, I think that instruction wasn't just whimsical. There was intervention. Lords, these two lords, that's how I consider, these two lords were speaking, instructing through Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, instructing Abhay of those days. Having received the instruction, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur did not elaborate that time. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, our Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is also our Prabhupada. They are both ours. So Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, he took the instruction very seriously and propagated. Well, I was thinking, Srila Prabhupada fulfilled the prediction or made the prediction come true, predictions of both the Lords. Gauranga Mahaprabhu's prediction was Prithivitya Chajata Nagaradigram Sarvatra Prachar Hoibe Morana. My name will be chanted in every town, every village. So Srila Prabhupada did that, traveling 14 times around the world. So many towns, countries, villages. He delivered the holy name there. So that prediction was made true, fulfilled by Srila Prabhupada, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction. And then Lord Nityananda's prediction also. As Nityananda Prabhu was taking Jiva Goswami on the first ever Navadip Mandal Parikrama, he predicted there will be temple. And he spoke in Bengali, I suppose. Adbhut Mandir hoibe kya? Because Prakash, there will be astounding temple around here, maybe pointing this direction, where Gauranga Nitya Seva hoibe vikas. Gauranga Mahaprabhu's Nitya eternal service will be propagated, spread all over the world from that temple, this temple. So Srila Prabhupada is fulfilling, making the prediction of Nityananda Prabhu also come true by establishing this TOVP. The instruction was given in 1922. Then in 1972, that was 50 years. After 50 years, we could even say 50th anniversary of the instruction that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gave it to Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, and during the first ever Mayapur festival, and we had just a little piece of land, and he had not so many followers or disciples with him, although we thought that festival, it's a big festival. How many devotees? So many devotees. How many? There were 40, 50 devotees, and was considered, so many devotees are here. So Prabhupada immediately got to the business. He did the groundbreaking ceremony, and the Anand Sage was installed, and the inauguration, the temple opening proceedings were inaugurated at that time. So Prabhupada started construction in 1972. Now it is going to take us 50 years to complete. In 2022, this temple is going to be opened. Big Haribol. Yeah, then Ambarish said how Srila Prabhupada planted a seed in his heart. What 76? 76 in Detroit. Then I was thinking, Prabhupada planted the seed. But once the seed is planted, you have to water the seed or feed the seed, which Ambarish did. And from the seed comes what? The tree. So what we are seeing here is the seed has from seedling to the tree. That's the tallest, biggest temple on the planet here is springing up from seed to the big tree, which is going to open in 2022. Ambarish has, I was thinking, playing a role like a Hanuman. When they're building the bridge from Rameshwaram to Sri Lanka, Hanuman was bringing big boulders and mountains and the trees, but there was also a little squirrel also assisting, rolling in the sand on the beach, picking a few particles of sand or dust, and climbing on the mountains of big boulders, and in between those two boulders, shaking, and then dumping the sand and cementing, and that was so ultimately it was team effort. Hanuman and the squirrels were there. We do not want this temple to become known as Alfred IV Temple. Like in India, we have Birla temples, because Birla builds the temple, Birla pays for the temple. And everyone just goes there as a visitor. This Birla's temple, so we do not want this to become Alfred IV. But we would, of course, he would be remembered for his Herculean task and major contribution and leading us. But we all the little squirrels, including myself, we have to play our roles. Is it okay that, or you want to be alone? No. So let us join the effort. I was thinking why the opening of the temple floor is happening. Well, we have heard the reasons, but I was thinking it is also the inauguration or opening of the temple. The Pujari floor has been arranged around now. This is a confidence building exercise. We're all doubting, is this going to be ever happen? Will this be completed? We the older folks at one time, 10, 20 years from now, are we going to see this temple completed? We had doubts and we had questions and we had so many apprehensions. But now the Ambarish Prabhu and Brajavilas Prabhu and his immediate team core group that is working with him, I think, want to give us a confidence. Yes, for sure. The temple floor is open. He also already said, before VIP comes, then all the paraphernalia and this preparation and that, his kitchen has to be there and the dresses have to be there. So if that all comes here today, as floors are open, then who is next? Next is Sri Radha Madhava Ke, Sri Panchatattva Ke, Prahlad Narasimha Ke, Parampara Ke. So they are just now coming. They are just now coming. So today I think we are building that Ambarish and the team, Ambarish and company, is giving us that confidence for sure. So that it will happen. It will happen. So just let us keep backing up or supporting, contributing. lot has happened, but Swaha said lot more has to still, lot more is to happen. So, so let's not take it easy, and let's keep, dedicating our whatever, our life, our hard-earned money, and thinking, feeling, willing, all that in completion of TOVP temple in 2022. Okay. Thy God Premanande, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur ki jai, Lord Nithai ki jai.
Chaitanya Prabhu is signaling the fire has to be lit, otherwise I'll be fired. So our next speaker, I wanted to keep it short, 2 minutes. We are calling Bhakti Purushottam Maharaj to speak a few words, and after that we have Jananivas and Pankajangri Prabhus, the Pujaris and Pujaris, because of whom everything is happening here in Mayapur. So we invite Bhakti Charu Maharaj gratefully here with a huge applause.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनेति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष नवादि पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे. That Braj here. Anyway, we are opening this Pujari floor, and Maharaj was telling this supposed to be deity floor. Sivaram Sai Maharaj, this Pujari floor, before Radha Madhav come here, so Pujari has to come first. So who is the Pujari here? Who Prabhupada made Pujari for Radha Madhav? Who? So this Jananivas floor first. So Jananivas coming here fast with all his things to prepare. Why 2 years before? It will take 2 years to prepare everything there also. And when I went inside, and it's so vast, so many just to for dress to prepare hair, deity hair is one room for deity hair only. So I was telling them, we should have a museum of this. We should have a ticket, selling ticket people to see these wonderful facilities to do the service to the deities. The whole world will understand how important it is to serve the deities. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. You are spot on. Next is Jananivas Prabhu, who had traveled extensively, leaving Mayapur, which he has never done, to raise money along with the TOVP team, with Ambrish Prabhu, Soha Mataji, and Jananivas Prabhu, all over the world, to make it happen. So we invite Jananivas Prabhu, and we are very, very grateful to him. Because of him, today there are 6 million visitors visiting Mayapur every year to see the deities, the beautiful decoration, Shringar. So we invite Jananivas Prabhu to speak a few words, along with his brother Pankajangri Prabhu, so that it can be together.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishisha Shundavadi Pashtata Deshatarana Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Arivab Mahotsav Titi Ki Jai. So this is Krishna's temple, it's Gauranga's temple. It has to be the best because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants it. It's his personal desire. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we're hearing how Nityananda Prabhu was describing to Jiva Goswami, who is revealing the Dham, and speaks about this wonderful temple. Why Nityananda Prabhu, where did he get the information? He said, by the Lord's desire. So it's actually Mahaprabhu's desire to have a temple. It's his temple. And he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he deserves a very wonderful temple. So it's, we want to thank all the devotees for making it such a facility to serve. And please, Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Bhavananda Prabhu, she asked Srila Prabhupada, you know, we're sitting in these rice fields in Mayapur and you're saying build a temple, build a city. Srila Prabhupada, where will all the money come from? And Srila Prabhupada said, our Bhavananda, he's always worried, where will the money come from? He said, but here you have Radha Madhava. He said, Madhava means the husband of the goddess of fortune. So just serve Madhava nicely and everything will be great. So we are trying to do that. The whole of ISKCON is helping and serving. And the significance of this being the world headquarters is because it's from this place, the prediction is from this place, service to Gauranga spreads all over the world. Gauranga, Nitya Seva, the eternal service of Gauranga, will spread all over the world. And it actually starts right here. This is the prediction that Gauranga Seva. What is that Seva? The main thing is Nam Seva. He has come to give the holy names. And Mahaprabhu has come to give love of Godhead, Krishna Prem, Braja Prem, very rare thing. He's come to give it in the form of service. Otherwise, how you can love without service? There has to be a reciprocation. So Mahaprabhu is giving us the service, Nitya Seva. And by this service, we can express our love, which is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants. Without service, you cannot love. So this is significant. Mahaprabhu was given this service. How you can express your love, that is up to each individual person. But he is giving the service, and we can take it up. So the most important service right now is to finish the temple, which needs more donations from all the devotees. But this is the ideal way we can express our love for Krishna through the service of giving donations and helping build this temple for 2022. Vidago Premanandi, Hari Bol. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Jananivas Prabhu. Thank you, Jananivas Prabhu. Is Pankajangri Prabhu here? Oh, you want to come? No? He's a little shy and we are running out of time also. Now we wanted to show our gratitude. We wanted to show our gratitude for all those devotees who have sacrificed to build this temple. And our gratitude first, we wanted to show to the GBC who has allowed to build this temple, who has given the permission, who had helped us. And this year is the 50th year of the GBC. So we wanted to give this gift to the GBC to assure them that this temple will be opened in 2022. Ambarish Prabhu would give the gift to Gopal Krishna Maharaj, who's not only the GBC as well as the Bureau Chairman, and also to Radhanath Maharaj and Shivaram Maharaj and Lokanath Maharaj. Bring the gift. So Ambarish Prabhu would give you a beautiful gift. Now we are giving a gift of this temple. In 2022, we'll give the real temple. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, can you please receive? Maharaj, we need photographs.
Let's say 50% of the collection from the BBD should go to build the temple. They have been supporting us for many, many years now, and they will continue to do so in the future also. Please give them a hand. Yeah, it's the same one, it's the same temple, but different personalities. The next, we wanted to give this gift to Keshav Prabhu, Namamrita Mataji and Maithili Mataji, who have supported us big time to build this temple. We invite Keshav Prabhu, Namamrita Mataji and Maithili Mataji to receive this gift. And next, after Keshav Prabhu, is Vedavyas Prabhudev, who has also significantly contributed, disciple of Gopal Krishna Maharaj from Delhi. He was here, but so Mahamantra Prabhu can receive on behalf of him if he is not here, or Gopal Krishna Maharaj can receive. Keshav Prabhu, thank you. Thank you very much. So Mataji will give the gift. Vedavyas Prabhu here? Is coming, okay. The next, we will wait for Vedavyas Prabhu. In the meantime, this temple would not be possible. It is possible if we would not have involved the project management company, Cushman and Wakefield. So we call upon Cushman and Wakefield, Sasi Bhushan, Sachin, Prabhu, other team members to come forward and get this gift. They have worked very hard and getting this professionally done, saving us a lot of money. So Sasi Bhushan is the head of the Cushman and Wakefield, and we have Sachin Prabhu and Rajat who is coming. He is heading one division in Pushpan and Wakefield. So we are proud to have their association here in building this temple. So Amrish Prabhu and Shivaram Maharaj and Gopal Krishna Maharaj will hand this gift. They have kept their professionalism alive. The next
That's how many arms
is Rajhari Prabhu here.
That's not USD.
Rajhari Prabhu from Iskan Juhu and Bhima Prabhu. Together they can come. The Iskan Juhu Prabhupada said Mumbai is my office, Vrindavan is my home, Mayapur is my place of worship. Rajhari Prabhu has kept the office alive by donating to the TOVP. Whenever I had difficulties, I used to go and sit with them to sign a check. And he always did it so gladly so that this temple is built. And Bhima Prabhu is the greatest support from the Indian BBT and also from Sanjanu, telling Rajhari Prabhu to give this money to the TOVP. Next one is the Hungarian Yatra, where Shivaram Maharaj every year he sends us $100,000 to keep this temple going. So we request Amrish Prabhu and Radhanath Maharaj to give Shivaram Maharaj Maharaj in Hungary, he had painted beautiful the temple of Vedic planetarium behind Prabhupada. Thank you, Maharaj. We have a beautiful boxes to put this. The next, we would like to, is Vedaviyas Prabhu there? Vedaviyas Prabhu, please come. He is the disciple of Gopal Krishna Maharaj and Arjun Hari Prabhu, are you there? So please come along with Vedaviyas Prabhu. So we will, Vedaviyas Prabhu has significantly supported us in building this temple. Always with a smiling face, he has encouraged us. So Vedaviyas Prabhu would get this gift from Gopal Krishna Maharaj and Lokanath Swami Maharaj and Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Yeah, Amrish Prabhu is always there in every gift. No, I think I'll give you one more. Vedaviyas Prabhu is saying it's new Taj Mahal. Okay. Anyway, after the yajna, I'm going to brief about the program, because several instructions needs to be given as a participating like this very nicely. We wanted to keep the same spirit going. So Arjun Ari Prabhu, who has made a significant contribution to this temple, please give a big hand. Now, one more devotee of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Goraknath Prabhu, who has donated the entire marble and granite free of cost to build this Pujari floor. Is Goraknath Prabhu here? Goraknath Prabhu is here. Okay, that can be handed over to Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Oh, is here? Okay.
I've just changed things over. I bet
Goraknath
somebody knows
Prabhu.
the camera to come, yeah? Time is in. Gotta get someone who knows the camera to take a look at it.
And I take this opportunity, I also wanted to thank Mrs. Bhattacharya. She is not here, but we will send her the gift. She is in Calcutta. On behalf of Mrs. Bhattacharya, Bhakti Purushottam Maharaj came to receive the gift.
Guruji, that's the amount of time you've been recording. That's not the amount of time left. No. It's always increasing. Now it's 2 hours 31 minutes. Yeah. It's always increasing. But how much is left when you're recording it?
I think this car is like maybe big photo.
You have no idea.
I don't know.
I know.
Now we want to give one more gift.
I don't know how they become.
We need
Of course, in 2022, we would give the actual temple, but we would like to invite Jananivas Prabhu and Pankajani Prabhu, and we want to give this gift to them so that they can keep in their room and meditate on it so that it can be open soon. The next one is we wanted to invite Sadhguru Prabhu and his team. Vilasini Mataji, Premavata Prabhu has worked very hard to build this temple. So we wanted to acknowledge his contribution. Premavata Prabhu, Sadhguru Prabhu, Vilasini Mataji, Anupama, please come, the TOVP team, who has been dedicated in serving Shravan Prabhu, Radha Prabhu. Please come soon. What's happening? It's loud. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the fundraising office who have put in big efforts, Rajeshwari Mataji and all others. Great support, the back team who nobody sees, but they have worked very hard in keeping this temple going. We thank them, and if we have left anybody, we definitely give you a gift later on, but we have to start the yajna right now. Krishna Chaitanya's eyes in the fire. So with this, we conclude this, but before the program starts at 12:30, we are going to make announcements how different groups of devotees will go first in batches and keep the house in order. So we request you to follow the security rules and
I wanted to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to Vilas Prabhu, who not only travels around the world raising money, but he's here organizing things in Mayapur every day. And this festival was all totally organized by him. And he's my best friend and right-hand man. I couldn't do anything without him. So thank you, brother.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All credit goes to Srila Prabhupada and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Amrish Prabhu was so compassionate, but we would start the yajna right now. And then before 12:30, the GBCs are supposed to come. At that time, we will go up and open each rooms. So I will brief you at 12:30. Chaitanya, the floor is yours.
He has big story.
Sahana bhanattu sahayangaravavahai tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Dvaita Gadadara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Agnimi Purohitayajyasya Deva Mritvijo Hotaram Ratnadhadamam Harihi Om Ishetvorjetva Vayavasta Deva Vasavita Prarpayatu Shradamaya Karamani Harihi Om Agna Ayahi Vitaye Grinana Havyadataye Nihada Satsi Bharhishi Harihi Om Ognai Ayahi Vaidayai Toyai Grinanoha Vyadatoyai Toyai Nai Hodasa Saiva Auhova Barihi Harihi Om Shamno Devi Rabishkaya Abo Bhavandu Bhitaye Sayyana Visravantunaha Harihi Om Shanti 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 Om Pusvahayam Vishnavedam Namama Om Bhava Swaha Ramachraya Ram Namama Om Swa Swaha Ram Narayana Ram Namama Om Bhava Swa Swaha Ramanandaya Ram Namama Ata Purusha Sukta Hom Mula Mantra will be Idam Vastanathaya Idam Harihi Om Sahasra Shirsha Parashah Sahasraksha Sahasravad Sabhomim Vishwado Vritva Atyadishtat Dashangulam Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namama Om Parasha Evedakam Sarvam Yadhodai Ashabhavyam Utamridatvasya Shanaha Yarannena Girohadi Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Etavanasya Mahima Adhochyaya Gascha Purushaha Padosya Vishwabhutani Padasya-amritam Divi Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Tripadurdvadait Purushaha Padosyeha Bhavat Punaha Padho Vishwamyakramade Sashanadashane Avi Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Tasmat Virana Jayata Adipurushaha Sajatotyarichyata Paschat Bhumimato Purah Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Yat Purushena Havisha Deva Yagyamadanvada Bhulito Asya Sidajya Grishma Yitma Sharatavihi Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Saptasya Sanparidayaha Tri Sapta Samina Krita Devayat Yagyam Danvanaha Abad Purusham Pashu Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Kayagyam Barahishim Prakshanne Purusham Jadamagradaha Tena Deva Ayajanda Satyarishayashchayem Swaha Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Tasmat Yakyat Sarvahudaha Samridam Krisharajyam Pashurastagam Shchakreva Yapyanem Aranyat Ramyashchayem Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Om Tasmat Yakyat Sarvahudaha Richassamani Jagnire Chandam Se Jagnire Tasmat Yajas Tasmat Jayata Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Iram Namah Om Tasmat Ashva Jayanta Yege Chokayadadaha Gavo Hajagnire Tasmat Tasmat Jata Ajavaya Swaha Iram Vastunadhaya Namah Om तत्पुरुषं यदो विधाव्य कल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य गुरुपदावच्यते स्वाहा हिरं वसुनाथाय ॐ ब्राह्मणस्य भगवासीत्
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Surya Jayata Makharindrashchaknishcha Pranatmaya
Hare Krishna, please everybody sit down. Please everybody sit down. Ram, thank you very much for following. Please everybody sit down at 12:30. First, Radha Mata would go up. After that, the GBC man, the bureau leaders, the temple presidents and the donors will go up, and next batch other devotees will go up. Everybody will go. The Mayapur residents, they will go from 3 to 6. Everybody will visit. Nobody will be left out. Please sit. Don't rush. Obey with the security. We have to make this a memorable event. So please have some patience. At 12:30, the program will start. The Radha Madhav, the procession goes to the Pujari floor.
धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन्
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Tasya Marani Tapasana Danta Mariantararia Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Om Abai Tamam Deva Sagakti Deshya Manina Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Shayaham Abode Makamretim Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Om Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Swaswahai Namachukayai Ram Namah Om Swaswahai
Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga,
Swaswahai
Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jayo Nitai Gauranga.
Harihi Om Vastoshpade Pradijani Yasman Swavesho Anamivo Bhavana Yatve Mahe Praditano Jujasvashamno Bhavadvipadesham Chatashpade Svaha Viram Vastoshpadaye Ram Namama Om Vastoshpade Pradarano Na Ediga Yaspano Gomirashve Virindau Ajarasasve Sakyasyama Videva Putran Pradino Jushasva Svaha Viram Vastoshpadaye Ram Namama Om Vastoshpade Shakmaya Sarade Sakshimai Ranvaya Gadvatya Pahekshema Utayoge Varam Yoyamata Swasti Bhisaranaha Svaha Viram Vastoshpadaye Ram Namama Vastoshpade Vishvarupanya Vishanne Saka Susheva Edinaha Svaha Viram Vastoshpadaye Ram Namama Om Vastoshpade Dhruvastu Nam Satram Somyanam Drapso Vetta Puram Shashvadi Nam Indro Nam Sakam Svaha Viravastoshpadaye Ram Namama Om Bhur Svaha Ram Vishnave Ram Namama Om Bhava Svaha Ram Achyutaye Ram Namama Om Swasvaha Ram Narayanaye Ram Namama Om Bhurabhava Swasvaha Ram Anantaye Ram Namama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Agni Swishta Ahuti, offering of wood fire.
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Om Agni Swishta Swaha Idam Achyutaya Idam Namama Ashtakshara Mantra Ahuti, 8 offerings.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Ashtakshara Mantra Ahuti.
Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Om Namo Narayanaaya Swaha Ram Narayanaaya Ram Namama Om Namo Narayanaaya Swaha Ram Narayanaaya Ram Namama Om Namo Narayanaaya Swaha Ram Narayanaaya Ram Namama नमो नारायणाय स्वाहा नारायणाय नमः ओम 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 नमो नारायणाय स्वाहा नारायणाय नमः
कृष्ण
विष्णु कृष्ण ओम विष्णु परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजप्रादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णो यतनमं परं इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः ओम तद्विष्णो परमं परकं सदा पश्यन्ति सूरयः दिवि वजक्षुरादनं तद्विप्रासो विपण्यवो जाग्निवागं सस्यविन्दते विष्णोर्यत्परमं पदं स्वाहा इदं विष्णवे नमः नरसिंह
बोलो बोलो
मूलमन्त्रस्य इदं नरसिंहाय इदं नमः ओम ह्रीं श्रीं उग्रं वीरं महाविष्णुं शरणं सर्वलोकं
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे राम हरे राम हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
ओम ह्रीं श्रीं वीरं महाविष्णुं सर्वतोमुखं स्वाहा इदं नरसिंहाय नमः ओम ह्रीं श्रीं वीरं महाविष्णुं सर्वतोमुखं भद्रं मृत्योर्मृत्यो नमाम्यहं स्वाहा इदं नरसिंहाय नमः ओम ह्रीं श्रीं वीरं महाविष्णुं सर्वतोमुखं मृत्योर्मृत्यो नमाम्यहं स्वाहा वीरं नरसिंहाय नमः ॐ ह्रीं श्रीं उग्रं वीरं अविष्टं ज्वलन्तं
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We'll be offering the Mahaprasad sweet rice of Lord Ananta.
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Mahabhagavataye Vasavrashaya Swaha.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Om Mahabhagavataye Vasavrushaya Swaha.
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Om Mahabhagavataye Vasavrushaya Swaha. 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 Om Bhur Swaha. Vishnave Namah. Om Bhava Swaha. Om Swaswaha. Narayanaye Namah. Om Bhava Swaha.
Hare Krishna.
Stapana. Harihi Om. Pradamastu Mahajvaro Dvidiyastu Prakeshari Dvidiya Krishna Vengakshas Chaturadastu Vidaranaha Panchasya Panchavaśtyaiva Shashtam Kashipumardanah Saptodaiya Hantaja Ashtamodina Vallabha Navama Prahlada Shamonandahastakaha Ekadasha Maharautro Dvadasha Karunanidihi
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Om Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prakashe Nirvishesha
Hare Hare
Swaha
Namaste Om Namah Om Vishnu Om Namo Gauragishoraya Sakshat Vairagyamurtaye Vipralambara Zambore Madambujayate Namaha Swaha Viramparamaraveram Namaha Om Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Shachchidanandanaye Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate Swaha Viram Mahaguraveram Namaha Om Gaura Viram Bhumiswam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priya
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Gopi Gopinath Shri Iram Prayojanath Deva Gopinathaya Iram Namah Om Astagachana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishwavada Devi Paramaheshwari Priye Swaha Iram Radhikaya Iram Namah Om Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Swaha Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Swaha, Swaha.